For me to stand in front of you in this auspicious occasion, one of the occasions that I've never experienced as a program director, a program that speaks to collaboration, a program that speaks to understanding the role of academia in the space of global fraternity, in the space of Africanism, in the space of building the Africa that we want, in the space of understanding diplomacy in a fragmented world. Thank you very much for all of you that has honored this packed auditorium. We are really humbled and honored under the leadership of the Principal and the Vice Chancellor of UNISA, Madam Professor Lenkambule. Thank you very much for the honor, and we're really humbled and honored and for you to be here today. And as we start our proceedings, I'd like to actually observe protocol. The diplomatic corps that are here today, your Royal Highnesses, your Majesties, the kings and queens, the princesses, the Prince of Africa that have honored this occasion. Because when we're talking about building the Africa that we want, the kingdoms are very important and central in building the Africa that we want. We're really humbled and honored to have their Majesties and Her Majesties and also the kingdoms in the continent to honor this event. Above all, the diplomatic corps that are actually shaping the agenda of diplomacy in South Africa, in Africa, and globally so. And thank you very much for honoring this occasion. And also, the private sector. Private sector is very important because we can't build the Africa that we want without the private sector. I mean, domestic investors attract international investors, so they become very important. And I know Prof. Lenkambule and Prof. Tenjua would actually expand on this. And for me, to say welcome, it is indeed an honor for you to be here. As we start our program, we'll actually start with our South African national anthem as we rise and sing our South African national anthem, and then followed by, immediately by the African Union. Thank you very much, technical team. UNISA Choir, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Can we be seated? Indeed, let us make Africa the tree of life. Thank you. Thank you, Unisa Choir. Oh, there's a one song. I'm told you want to perform one song? Yes, yes. Come back, one song. Please. Please, please, we can't miss. Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Prof. And welcome to South Africa. Thank you very much. I see the conductor is, there's something again, conductor? Another performance? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. If I was not the program director, I was going to say, encore! But unfortunately, I can't do that. But also, thank you very much for giving us the energy and making sure that we are now welcomed, Prof. And also, thank you very much for the performance by the Unisa Choir. And as we take the road to G20, and also understanding that South Africa is hosting, and also the first country in Africa to host G20. Can we give a round of applause to South Africa for that? That's a great milestone, hey? us as South Africans and Africans, and the African Union is a member of G20. And this is where it matters most to say when we stand here, we stand for all Africans when we speak about G20, because everybody must be included. It's inclusivity, it's solidarity for every member state in the continent when we speak about G20. And thank you very much. And I'm going to call my dearest brother, Mr. Abdul Omar, for Protection Services, just to do a 2-minute session on security issues as we proceed with our event. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, VC and Principal. From a protection services point of view and also UNISA, we take OHS very serious, and we'd just like to inform you concerning the OHS matter. Just in short, for a case of an emergency, we would like to inform you that the door on my right and on my left and your right is one of the escape doors out of this hall, and also on the top of the hall, we also have another escape door. The escape doors would lead you to the assemble points, which is outside of this building in cases of an emergency. We also would like to inform you that we have made provision for medical assistance. We do have medical assistance on the premises and also outside, should you have any medical issues or any medical problems. Please do not hesitate to contact Protection Services should you need any medical assistance or any issue that is bothering on this campus. Protection Services is on the outside of this campus. Should you be needing us, we would like to give you our contact number for our control room, where we will be dispatching Protection Services officers to come and assist you. Our control room number is 012-429-6666. We are just outside in the foyer area for any assistance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abdul Omar, for the briefing on the protection services. Now, as I call Professor Lenkambula, the Principal and the Vice Chancellor of UNISA, it is indeed for us to actually stand in this podium as the Global President for Circle of Global Businesswomen, and also as the founder of Africa Investment Summit, and working very closely with critical stakeholders. UNISA is our key strategic partner in this event. And thank you very much. And what we normally say is collaboration is the new currency. Collaboration is the new competition. Collaboration is the new innovation. In fact, collaboration enables innovation. And this is what we're going to see today, demonstrated by the host, UNISA, because they actually came up with this strategy or with this forum. We followed suit because it's the road to G20. And we asked ourselves, what can we do? And the Professor Lenkambule would be able to actually tell us and where we are going in terms of partnerships, in terms of collaboration, in terms of innovation. As UNISA, as a center of excellency, how do we use academia in member states, for example, to be the center of excellency for governments, for private sector, to use academia to drive economic development in member states? Thank you. Prof, my dearest sister.
Thank you very much, Program Director, Dr. Sindiswa Mzamo, the President of the Circle of Global Business Women, and of course, a colleague of mine that we have journeyed a long distance together in ensuring that universal access for people living with disabilities is always at the center of our inclusivity at the University of South Africa, Ms. Mabaso. Can I request that we... One of the key pillars of the G20 theme, as requested by the government of South Africa, is the idea of inclusivity. Universal inclusivity is key amongst those. Let me take the opportunity, as requested, to acknowledge the formal protocols or table of precedence as presented, and if your name is left out, please don't feel left out. You're all welcome. I'll start with all of you and turn the protocol upside down. Ladies and gentlemen, you're all welcome to UNISA. Let me recognize His Excellency President Mbeki, the Chancellor of the University of South Africa, who's participating virtually in solidarity with all of us. Let me recognize Professor D. Mosoma and T. Mampani, who are members of the Governance and Council of the University of South Africa. Equally, we recognize the President of Convocation, Mr. Dabampi, who represents over 1,200,000 alumni of the University of South Africa and all statutory committees of the university presented. In this table of precedence, my co-host, Professor Tenjiwe Meiwa, the Vice Principal Research, Postgraduate Studies and Innovation and Commercialization. And I think, colleagues, it's very important for me to tell you that she will no longer be the Vice Principal. She is now the Vice Chancellor of the University of Mpumalanga. So true to our mission as UNISA, when we claim that we are the home of leaders, the university that's committed to creating leaders, in 24 months we've produced just another Vice Chancellor. So thank you very much, Professor Meiwa, for raising your hand. And of course, colleagues, let us recognize our own guests who are here to support this important program that our colleagues have already shared. Is a collaborative effort for us to draw from the diplomatic corps, the leadership of the global arena, but also how the academy engenders and draws lessons from science diplomacy and other forms of diplomacy. In this instance, let me start with His Excellency Andre Nzabake, the former Dean of Africa Diplomatic Corps, Your Excellencies, ambassadors and high commissioners representing various countries in South Africa. I've been requested to acknowledge those who are in the program, so that if you're not in the program, please don't feel as though you're not acknowledged. We already recognize you. His Majesty the King Sibusiso Muteka, Prime Minister of the Khoisan Kingdom, Professor Ndoi Rapapa, Minister of Education and Training in Lesotho, Ms. Judith Nemazinga Chabalala, Deputy Minister of Employment and Labor, MEC Bitsa Lenkopane, the surname similar to mine, Lenkopane, Lenkavula, MEC of Economic Development, Environment, Conservation and Tourism, Northwest Province, Prof. Amani El Sharif, Vice President, Pan-African University Global Board, Advocate Hembelihle Mapitsa, Executive Manager, Corporate Services, Moses Kotane Research Institute, Mr. Cuthbert Ngube, Chairman, Africa Tourism Board, Mr. George Sibulela, Chairman, President, Service Holdings, Mr. Himda Kraba, Africa Chamber, Brazil, Ms. Lerato K, Chairperson, Tuto Trust, Ms. Nakedi Kekana, MEC, Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, Dr. Kenneth Makaya, Chief Operations Officer, the Motsepe Foundation, Mr. Saki Zamkaka, CEO, Innovation Hub, Mr. Sillo Mpaga, Divisional Head, International Relations, U20 Liaison, Dr. Anthony Costa, Head B20 Secretariat, Ms. Nolita Fakude, President of Women in Mining, and the CEO of Anglo. Ms. Tembekam Nisi, President, SA Women in Construction and Built Environment, Ms. Zilwa, Chartered Accountant, and all other business and public leaders here. Let me recognize Ambassador Andrzej Pesch, Ambassador of Embassy of Germany, His Excellency Mr. David Martinon, Ambassador, Embassy of France, His Excellency Mr. Delil Keder, Ambassador, Embassy of Ethiopia, Mr. Khan Esene, Ambassador of Turkey, Mr. Bernard Baker, High Commissioner, Embassy of Singapore. Thank you for always supporting our programs. H.E. Paul Amoru, High Commissioner of Uganda, and all diplomatic corps that are represented here. Let me also recognize all academics, academic leaders, leaders of the public sector, private sector, families, royal families, captains of industry, religious faith leaders, UNISA community, and especially the foremost primary stakeholder represented by their president here present, Mr. Mabilani. Good morning. Guten Morgen. Bonjour. Ni hao. Annyeonghaseyo. Kalimera. Assalamu alaikum. Sanbonan. Dumelang. Absheni. Macheloni. Khotsong. Kwemore. Good morning. Thank you. Habari. Thank you very much. As I extend a heartfelt welcome to this momentous occasion, the launch of the University of South Africa Academic Public-Private Diplomatic Corps Forum as part of the G20 Africa Investment Summit, permit me to begin by posing a few thought-provoking questions. They may be rhetorical, but also they may invite some reflexivity on all of us. Firstly, what does it mean when the intellect of a continent rises to meet the global arena and the challenges of the geopolitical systems of our times? What is the possibility of a future that we can co-construct together through diplomacy, science, research, and imagining the future in the context of contestations of the world? How far can Africa and the global arena go when we reclaim the place not as a bystander, but also as a co-constructor of the global transformation? These are critical questions that require us, as we plan the road towards the G20, for us to asking, how can we, global citizens, participants, ambassadors, diplomats, scientists, work together to creating a world where science, where research, where intellectual debates, engagement coalesce together to imagining the future, but also to resourcing the public, the private, and the civic society sector in how we organize ourselves locally and globally. As the University of South Africa, we are proud of our global footprint. As a university, we have a footprint in 130 countries, and therefore the idea of diplomacy is not just something that we talk about, is in the lived experience, in the idea of ensuring that education is an investment and access to such an investment becomes the rallying point for encountering other human beings in other geographic locations other than South Africa. This idea of investing in Africa in the global arena has become an important idea that draws from the nascent philosophy and history of Africa that understand that for us as human beings, we are inextricably bound to each other, even though we may be residing in different geographic locations and sometimes riddled with the multiplicities of divisions that sometimes our societies create. And as we mark today a historic moment, the launch of the Academic Public-Private Diplomatic Corps Forum, what we call the DiploSpeak at UNISA, a summit that brings together the best minds, the leaders in the different areas. We are looking at the possibilities of forging a new pact between the intellectuals, between the diplomats, between knowledge capital, as well as global experiential capital of what it means to lead governments, private sector, civil society. And as we speak, ladies and gentlemen, Africa stands at a critical juncture. Our continent, although rich in potential, rich in biotic mineral resources, rich in youthful dividends, and rich in the possibilities of imagining and co-constructing a future that is necessary for the world to live peacefully, stands in contradictory systems where majority live with poverty, where sometimes education and diplomacy are on the underside. We are quite appreciative that our government has become the anchor to rally our society as it does our continent and the global arena through hosting, for the first time in the continent of Africa, the G20 meeting. I think they deserve a round of applause. We're quite appreciative that the G20 does not only represent multilateral encounters and ideas around how we live together, how we share economic opportunities, but it's also an area where the academy must use science to ensure that the decisions that are taken in the multilateral institutions are researched. The analysis is cogent. The data that is used is authentic, and the decisions that are made are highly research-led. And therefore, as universities, as think tanks, as science councils, we are quite appreciative that the voices of the academy must be embodied, embraced, and they must influence some of the negotiations that will be undertaken when, in November, the heads of states will be meeting. The pre-planning, the pre-events, the contributions of the academy, we believe are quite important. Sometimes it's the lobbies' voices that are louder than research-led systems. And we are making an appeal as the University of South Africa, in partnership with our colleagues who are co-hosting this event, that public leaders, diplomats, business leaders, civic leaders, science is very important as a partner in your decision systems. It's something that we as university live by, swear by, constantly pursue, rethink, think anew. What are the possibilities for making our geopolitical, economic, social, environmental, or ecological systems to function and to function optimally? And more so, how we create humanizing values, even in the global trading systems, in the global political systems, as well as in the global scientific systems. Former President Thabo Mbeki, who's our chancellor of this esteemed university, has long championed the role of intellectual leadership in Africa's progress, but also in the global arena. He has articulated that Africa's time has come, and Africa must be a partner in shaping the world. And he says we need to leverage our intellectual capital to drive innovation, to attract investments, to ensure that these are aligned with our developmental priorities. He has also reminded of us of the importance of building institutions, communities, multilateral systems that are strong, but that are attentive to the exigencies of our times. When we sit here, we know that all of us sitting here are contending with a lot of challenges that have come about, whether with the statements that the President of the US has been raising that require us as communities to negotiate and together anew. We also meet here understanding that peace and security are important assets that we must agitate for in the context where we are seeing wars in different geographic locations, whether Ukraine, Palestine, DR Congo, and many other places where peace is not available because of poverty or the levels of marginalization that societies encounter. Ladies and gentlemen, my speech was rather long, but because we started late, we will post it in the website for every one of you to see. Safe to say, let me conclude by stating that for us as the University of South Africa, the summit is important because it prioritizes research and innovation, science diplomacy, and how we together can harness the assets, whether tangible or intangible, to make sure that the world lives with peace, prosperity, inclusivity, equality, and sustainability. Key to the road to G20, it also means for us the optimization of knowledge as diplomacy becomes an important area where soft power becomes an important rallying tool for us to meeting together and to ensuring that we influence the future together. Secondly, it means that we use innovation as investments. We've already identified that in the world, majority of people live with poverty. Other decision systems, policy systems, global trading decision systems, investment systems be attentive to the imperative for changing some of these fault lines of our global arena or our interconnectedness. Therefore, we see innovation as investment, and therefore we ask you to be our partners in looking at how the G20 can look into this important arena. Thirdly, we understand, as my colleague Dr. Mzamo has already stated, collaboration is currency. The African philosophy reminds us that you can be efficient going alone, but you will not be globally impactful. But if you work and journey with others as a collective, you have a better chance of making a larger impact. And for you, the ambassadors who are here, we're quite appreciative that you're journeying with the scientists, with the business, as well as with local leaders who are committed to the same ideals of building prosperous, peaceful, sustainable, attentive environments. Finally, we live in the world where digital systems through science have become quite central to how we encounter, re-encounter, and re-engage with one another. Artificial intelligence, machine learning, and associated or attendant matters have become quite central, including in multilateralism, in diplomacy, in global trading systems, in investment systems, and innovation systems. We, however, know that majority of countries in the global south do not own or have access to some of these technological inventions that are quite central in reshaping the futures. As we journey towards the final G20 meeting, it is a humble appeal that for those countries that are endowed with strong digital systems, it is important that we co-journey with each other, share the technologies, so that none of us is left behind, but that the digital systems become assets that rally and enable the success of our societies, of our industries, and of our diplomacy. The Academy Public-Private Diplomatic Core Forum, which enables and enhances DiploSpeak, is more than an idea. It's an invitation for a journey that must continue beyond the G20 meeting or its close at the end of the year. I want us to know that even as we look forward to the different missions of the G20, for us here and those who are watching virtually, we must look to harnessing collaborative research, investing in innovators in our continent as we do in the world, to ensure that Africa and its voice are projected, not muted, as has been the case with prior multilateralism, and that the governance architecture of the multilateral institutions, whether finance, whether trade, whether economic, whether knowledge, are aiding for the global south as it is for the global north. Welcome to UNISA, the home of leaders, where the democratic presidents of South Africa have gotten their education from. President Mandela, President Mbeki, and the current president. So it's true to the opposition political party leaders, and so it's true to many leaders in the continent, including in the United Kingdom and elsewhere. Welcome. Please be a partner and a friend of this important university that is the largest in the continent of Africa. Welcome to UNISA. Thank you.
Wow, Prof, thank you. Thank you very much, Prof. Lenkambule. This is indeed a great honor. We're really indeed welcomed. I can remove my jacket. But as you were speaking here in the podium, as I call shortly Professor Tenji, you reminded me of the Chancellor of UNISA when he was President of South Africa, and we used to serve in the Presidential Youth Working Group. And you know, as young people, we're very energetic, and we speak our mind. And the first thing that he said, do you have a scientific model? Is it what you're talking about researched? Where is data to prove to what you are talking about, Cindy, that is really happening realistically so in the marketplace, in the world? Because as a president, I'm driven by research, by data. And hence, here we are today. He's a chancellor of UNISA, and there you are, and you have also articulated very well that, you know what, policies informs data. If we don't have data, there are no policies. If we punch, data incorrectly, right from collection, Prof, and when is collected incorrectly, which means all our policies as governments, they're incorrect. And the institutions of higher learning, they become an anchor into what we are driving today, because they've got the resources, they've got the skills, they've got the academia that has actually gone through the process to do the research, but not consultants, I'm sorry. Not in a bad way. We are fixing here, fixing the nation, fixing Africa, fixing the country. Research is under institutions of higher learning with content, with leadership that has direction. As I call Professor Tenji on stage, I would like to say, Prof, you know what? I've seen 3 women in the stage. And guess what? The mastermind and the gentle giant to these 3 women that are standing in the stage is our mother, Mamzane Lembeki. Can we give a round of applause to her? We are shining today because of her. We have confidence because of her. We know what we say because of her. And I think it's very important to acknowledge women leadership and women influence, so that as we build leadership that is coming forth, we really understand, where do we come from? Who are you? Who's your mother? Who has given you leadership? Who has given you, understanding in life? What is life? Where do you want to go? And I think that is important. Before you even come to a public platform and speak, charity begins at home. That's where it begins. And I think as Africans, it's very important to look into that. Prof. Tenji, I don't want to take your time, because you are the one that is going to really explain why we are here. Thank you very much, Prof. As Prof. Tenji comes on board, please, Dr. Levy or Sana, can you come in up front, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sister Mzamo. We share a name. My middle name is Cindy. So. I must acknowledge my program directors, both of them, and I stand on the protocol of my boss, Professor Buleng Linkabula. I'm not going to repeat that. Distinguished guests from government, industry, academia, and diplomatic corps, colleagues, academics, partners, and friends and those that are online. We have a number that are online, and some, I think, will be participating from line. At least one person shall be from line or online or two. For us as UNISA, and for us as the higher education sector, this is an aha moment. It is indeed an aha moment because, as Dr. Mzamo has said, partnerships are the new currency. Collaboration is the new gold. That's the new wealth. We cannot do it solo. You cannot do it alone. It is therefore both a privilege for me to be participating in this event and co-hosting it with Professor Linkabula, as, of course, we are doing a launch. This is an official launch of the Academia Public Private Diplomatic Corps Forum. It's a forum that we are launching, and it's a forum that we want to say it's not only about G20. Let's go forward as we hold each other's hands to change Africa. Let's have the Africa that we want, the Africa that the African Union has been calling for. And the higher education sector is doing this, led by UNISA. Which other university will have best done that? The theme that we reflect on today is the road to G20 through research, innovation, and partnerships in the intelligent age. We know that AI is the thing now. It is actually both an ambitious but an essential theme, because we live in this world now where it is the digital world, is the devices that dictate the speak. This theme speaks directly to Africa's bold desire to reimagine its future. And UNISA has been on its 150th year having that theme of let's have a future that's reimagined, and not just a passive recipient, but let's aid policy, and let's be active, and let's have credible contribution as the sector, the higher education sector, in doing this. UNISA, of course, is a strategic partner of the Africa Investment Summit, and I must thank my sister here next to me to have allowed us to be part of this. It is a strategic intervention, Dr. Mzamo, that recognizes the power of collective action, collaboration, shared innovation, partnership with a purpose. And therefore, as we host this forum, as we launch this forum, we want to say, UNISA, the higher education sector, is saying, let's open business. Let's reaffirm its responsibility. Let us, as the leading African university, as UNISA, be committed to advance the inclusive development of our economies. We know we're in the era in which we've been shaken by the big brother Trump, but let's not allow that to happen. Let's actually reclaim our being, our identity, our investments. If anything, ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot of festivities in this room. Festivities in the form of knowledges that are not necessarily tangible, but knowledges that are also logged in indigenous knowledge systems. And therefore, we've got to reaffirming our responsibilities. Therefore, it is great value for us and for my portfolio in particular at UNISA to realize this as researchers, as industry, as experts, as state organizations, as diplomatic voices, as we converge, we create, we recreate, but let's have actionable recommendations that we put forward. Let us rebuild anew a pan-African ecosystem of transformation. Without transformation, we're not going to get where we want to be. Therefore, this forum, Dr. Mzamo, it is particularly to strengthen and align our African Union's agendas, the agenda of 2063, the agenda of sustainable development, not just goals, but let's just ensure that we live this development. Let us be a generation that say it actually started with us, where we did not go about to be begging elsewhere for our own sustainability. That is at the center of that. And it is, if anything, the African continental free trade area that we want to be looking at. It is very sad that amongst us as Africans, we only invest and trade with each other by only 6%. The rest of the other percentages lie with people external to the African continent. Through this summit, we're saying, no, we can't. We shouldn't be. We have the expertise, we have the skills, we have the knowledge, we have the facilities, we have all of it for us to ensure that this is indeed going to happen. And therefore, as we proceed through the day, let us engage in this dialogue. It's a very short program, but it is a program that is solution-driven. Let's reshape our paths. Let's have a different Africa. A different Africa is possible. Let's have that Africa. And it's not anybody else. It's you and I and our entire global south that are going to make it a point that a different Africa happens during our lifetime. As I end program directors, I want to say and refer to the Ghanaian statesman, Kofi Annan, who reminded when he was in the UN office once, I want to quote him as I end. Knowledge is power, information is liberating, education is the premise of progress in every society, in every family. A close quote. Annan led this. In this quote, I therefore say, let this forum that we're launching today be a collective act of progress, and let's show them, the big brothers, that we can do it. Come along.
Yeah, definitely, Prof. We can do it. And it's us as Africans that we can build the Africa that we want. And nobody else can actually build that Africa because we understand our issues very well. We know where we are going. We know what we want to be. I mean, if you look at the resources that we have in Africa, we can definitely build. The time is now. And the time is now to build that Africa. And I think the G20 came at the right time. This is an opportunity for us as Africans to showcase excellency, to showcase unity amongst us as Africans. And also peace and security is very important, it's very crucial, because we can't talk about investor confidence if we don't have peace in Africa. So it starts with peace for us to actually build the Africa that we want. And so observing the Agenda 2063, Prof, it's very important. And I observe my father, Prof. Musoma, as well, who has contributed to who I am today. Thank you, Prof. And we used to have something called middle strata. Prof was our leader in the middle strata, and a powerful forum of academia in corporate environment, in the civil society. So what you see, that's him sitting here in front of me. He has actually, made it a point that we shape our understanding, we shape our thinking through wisdom. There's certain things that that you can say them today, and you can't say them today, but you can say them tomorrow. Soft power. That's what diplomacy is all about. So we come through the hands of Prof. Musoma. And hence today we are here again, launching this forum, Prof. Because you started it long time ago, and Prof. Tenjiwe, and making sure that we still thrive through the collective intelligence of academia, of executives in the private sector. There's something powerful about collective intelligence. My information, your information, Prof's information, President George's information, come together. We come up this powerful elephant that we can push together in the name of building the Africa that we want. That's what collective intelligence is all about, and nothing else. There's no competition. It's like, I'm coming in with my understanding. Prof, please guide me. Am I right? And Prof says, yes, go for it. Hey, Kiamata. Because I've been given that authority. And no one can stop me once the authority has been given. Because that's what collective intelligence is all about. Now, as I call my dearest brother, the president of Africa United Business Confederation, to give a message of support. I'm also the global director, by the way, of the African United Business Confederation. President George Sebulela, who is my brother. I've worked with him when I was the Treasurer General of Black Business Council. He was my Secretary General. And today we're still together driving the agenda of organized business in the African continent. President George?
Thank you, the Master of Ceremonies, Dr. Cindy Mzamo. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, diplomats, esteemed academics, researchers, leaders of industry and innovation, ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed an honor to stand before such an esteemed gathering today, representing what we call the African United Business Confederation, better known as AUBC, a body committed to advancing Africa's economic integration, sustainable development, and global competitiveness through strategic partnerships. I have to rehearse and introduce AUBC because it's important in the context of just a quick message of support I'm going to give. One is AUBC represents 106 industry associations in different sectors. So manufacturing, agriculture, and so on and so on, with over 1.6 million businesses across Africa. And that is a force to reckon. And our role as an organization, we only represent chambers, industry sector associations, and export councils. We are a gateway of investment, facilitate investment into Africa, and ensure that Africa grows to the levels that we want to become a competitive country or continent. We gather at the defining moment as the world accelerates into intelligent age, where artificial intelligence, green technologies, and digital transformation are reshaping economies. I think recently we have seen, for example, in Europe, in France, how much was pledged by companies on artificial intelligence. It goes to over $400 billion. And we in Africa have to wake up a little bit. Yet Africa's voice must not only be heard, but actively shape this transition. This is why this forum is so critical. And why we think this forum is so critical. Research as the foundation, Africa's challenges from climate resilience to inclusive growth demand homegrown research paired with global expertise. For universities like UNISA are bedrock of this knowledge economy, and we must ensure their insights translate into the real world impact. Innovation as a catalyst, from Cape Town to Cairo, African startups, enterprises are pioneering solutions in the fintech industry. If you look at what the Middle East has, its success, today they diverse from energy, oil and gas, into fintech. And if you look at the multiples of evaluation in this fintech, you would see that the contribution of the economy is going to be fintech. And that's the nature of transition that we need. Agri-tech and renewable energy, but scaling this innovation requires strong bridges between labs, boardrooms, and policy-making tables. Partnerships as engine, the G20 is no longer a distant dialogue. It is a platform where Africa's priority, not South Africa, Africa's priority, from debt restructuring to digital infrastructure, must be championed. This forum, unique blend of academia, industry, and diplomacy, can forge the alliances needed to turn agendas into action. What is the AUBC's commitment? We pledge to mobilize African businesses to co-create solutions with academia and governments. Advocate for policies that unlock investment. As I said, the AI, clean energy, youth entrepreneurship are the core. They can contribute and make a lot of difference in ensuring that Africa develop to the levels we want. Ensure Africa's private sector has a seat at the G20's Intelligent Age discussions. We will put it forward to the policymakers. What is clear, however, is that our path relies heavily on strengthening our unity as a continent. And there lies the importance of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, which really, it is the largest trade agreement in the world by participating countries, symbolizes hope and potential for our continent, which is Africa. To our diplomatic partners, let us align trade and investment frameworks to Africa's Agenda 2063. Very, very important. To our researchers, let's ensure and let your data guide our policies. Because if data is not accurate, the policies won't be productive. To our business leaders, we must invest boldly in Africa's digital and green revolution. Together, we can ensure road to G20 is paved with African innovation, equity, and shared prosperity. In closing, I did find this quote from Ghana's visionary Kwame Nkrumah. Says, I quote, "We face neither east nor west, we face forward." Let this forum be the moment we face forward, uniting the purpose, bold in action and relentless in pursuit of an Africa that thrives in the intelligent age. And AUBC stands ready, and let's make history together. We can only make history together. Very profound proverb I want to leave you with that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, let's do it together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President George. As we build the Africa that we want, the role of private sector is very important and critical, especially when it comes to commercialization, Prof. Tenjiwe. When you're looking at students that qualify with theses and PhDs, now they run around and looking for resources to start their companies on what they've studied for. And yet we have a viable private sector in terms of CSI to contribute to that. Not enterprise development, no, but supporting students with information that have an agenda to change the narrative of the nation in partnership with private sector, government, civil society, and diplomatic corps. And thank you very much for honoring this invitation and looking forward, working with business in Africa to change the narrative. And the time is now, and the role of Business Africa to build the Africa that we want through trade is very important. And also making sure that as we build the Africa that we want, we must not leave anybody behind. SMMEs, Prof. Tenji, are very important. The hub of Imvunulo Hub here at UNISA, am I right? That's where a lot of ideas in terms of innovation come from. But how do we package them to take them to the world, from South Africa to the world, from UNISA to Africa, with innovation and research? And I'd like to call for a message of support our Honorable MEC from the Department of Economic Development, Environment and Conservation and Tourism from Northwest, Mebitsa Linkompane. Madam, government is key. Public sector is key. Can we give her a round of applause? We need government. We can't do it with government in this collaboration. And I like it because you're coming from a province that is more rural and not leaving anybody behind. Inclusivity is key. Thank you, Me. Rialebu.
Thank you, Program Director Dr. Cindy Swamzamo, the Chancellor of UNISA, the former President Mbeki, and the Governance Collective of the University, the Principal and the Vice Chancellor of UNISA, Prof. Puleng, the ambassadors present here today, the High Commissioners present here today, the MEC for Agriculture and Rural Development from Limpopo, the MEC for Education from Gauteng in absentia, the Vice President of Pan-African University and Global Board members, His Majesty King Busiso Majeke, Prime Minister of the Khoisan Kingdom, and the collective of the traditional leadership present here today in the United Kingdom. Program Director, it is indeed an honor to stand before this important forum that seeks to unite the academic and the private sector and the public sector in the alliance that seeks to search for practical solutions to the socio-economic challenges facing Africa as a continent. The launch of the Academia Public-Private Diplomatic Corps Forum under the theme Road to the G20 through Innovative Research and Collaboration remains an important milestone, especially as we prepare to host the historical G20 summit later this year. Program Director, this historical leadership role and the host of the G20 in the November 2024 to December 2025 bestowed upon our country on behalf of the African continent, it gives credence to South Africa as a potential player in the multilateral institutions and global diplomacy. Program Director, if I was to express myself in Setswana, because when you are excited, it becomes easy for you to express it in your own language. I would say, without having to waste much of your time, the president, the premier of the Northwest Province, Ndate Lazarus Mokhosi, has actually appointed me to lead all the G20 activities that are going to unfold in the country on behalf of his government. It will not be an easy task to leave this platform and to take advantage of whoever is present here to also raise a hand of the province of the Northwest in the spirit of uniting Africa and especially displaying the richness of South Africa as a host of the G20. When people think of G20 Program Director, they are just thinking of being in Gauteng and being in Sun City. Premier Mokhosi said, I must raise the hand and say, South Africa is a rich country with the component of a province that has got a population that does not exceed 5 million, but very rich compared to all the provinces, 9 as they are in the country. As you enter into South Africa towards the G20 summit itself, as you go through OR Tambo, coming from whatever point of where you'll be coming, you are going to go through the Hartbeespoort. You will be sleeping in a big hotel called Sun City. But the unity of Africa is important to look into where it is located, and that is where our people today are hungry and are poor, and the unity of Africa is needed. Our brothers and sisters are waiting for benefiting from this important summit, for they have always been there in a district called Bojanala, where we are rich of minerals. Amongst others is the platinum, that we remain poor, being in the African continent, and yet rich with that mineral. It is through the unity that we want to have, it is through collaboration that the Northwest is raising its hand and say, this time around, we want to see Africa collectively showing South Africa through the Northwest, starting to benefit from what belongs to them naturally. It is in the same district, program director of Bojanala, where you see Sun City, that you're going to have the best Big Five ever that are rich, and that's why Premier Mokhosi made it very clear through the department that I'm leading on conservation that we must start to pursue biodiversity economy, and that is out of those animals that we must start to raise our hand. When you go through Bidbridge and you pass through Limpopo and you join Botswana and you come into the Ramatlabama border post, you'll be getting to a district called Bojanala. There's a rich district which is a host of the capital city, where you find our legislature or parliament. It is also rich in minerals like lime and other related, but also rich in agriculture. And that's where you are going to have the richness of the province, where you have dilapidated infrastructure that can be turned into something sustainable in the form of trade, industrialization. And that's where we are saying, we are raising our hand that as part of the G20, would want to see the country through the Northwest Province benefiting. Through the same border post, as you go down to the other side, you have a district called Dr. Rusego Musimompati, named after our Saparangwe. It is a district that is also rich in also minerals like your diamond, and it is also rich in agricultural beneficiation, and we have not yet made our people to get there. That's why it's important to recognize the presence of the traditional leadership, for they know better how hungry and how poor our people are. And the collaboration that Premier Mokhosi has instructed us to look into through inclusivity is to come together and collaborate also with the traditional leadership as we deal with poverty. The profiling of the extent of the poverty lies with the traditional leadership. Lastly, you get to a district called Dr. KK. It is also a rich district, having the potential of diamonds and gold. Our people are still poor and are hungry and have not benefited. I wanted to pass this message, Program Director, so that if I am captured at any point, the Premier must not reshuffle me and say, you have not sold the province as expected. So as we collectively raise the hand as Africa, you must know that this very small-looking province is existing in the corner of the Southern Africa, and we are also part of this collaboration. Program director, institutions of high learning such as UNISA they are strategically positioned, and they are the reservoir of knowledge production that is aimed at solving the problems of the African continent. As giant in distance learning, UNISA's 10 catalytic niche areas, as well as place to solve Africa's socio-economic problems. These catalytic niche areas that UNISA have, amongst others, which includes the marine studies, the aviation, the fourth industrial revolution, and most importantly, the Bosadi theorization and the student support and curricular activities. All these respond to the agenda of developing Africa as a continent. Program director, the African Continent Free Trade Area is the world's largest trade area, bringing together the 55 member states of the African Union to create a single continental market for goods and services. With the sufficient flows of political will and unity, the African continent can achieve intra-African trade. The continent can still be able to trade with the rest of the world, especially our partners in the G20 and the BRICS countries. But if the African continent fails to unite and to silence the guns in strategic countries like the Democratic Republic of Congo, the Sudan, the Somalia, and the Central African Republic, to mention but few, then we will not be able to industrialize and leverage strategic technologies such as artificial intelligence and robotics. Program director, as I conclude, it will not be good if I cannot indicate to you that the objectives of this forum that we are launching today are aligned with the African Union's Agenda 2063, which calls for the silencing of guns and the promotion of the continent's socio-economic and cultural technologies progress. It is only through partnership with academia and the private sector and government that the African continent can achieve the stated objectives of the African Continental Free Trade Area. And without collaboration, program director, of academia, which is known for knowledge production through research, the private sector, which creates jobs, the government, and importantly, the traditional leadership and the kingdomship, which create a viable environment for development, Africa will not be able to achieve that which is envisaged in the strategic framework, like the new partnership for Africa's development, the African peer, the review mechanism, and the AU founding manifesto. Ke a leboga bagaetsho.
Can we give a round of applause?
Progressive public sector understanding of what collaboration is all about, of what partnerships with impact is all about. In fact, when the Honorable MEC was speaking, it took me back to the foundational pillars of NEPAD, of who we are as Africans, and how can we build that Africa that we want in unison, and understanding our role as Africans. But above all, when you're looking at institutions of higher learning in terms of academia, there is this good quote that is always on social media platforms. It says, the actual role of education is actually to build character and intelligence. The character and intelligence that we're talking about today, it's this forum. It will bring character to who we are as Africans. It will bring that collective intelligence of building that Africa that we want through private sector, through public sector, through the diplomatic corps, and then we have arrived in building the Africa that we want. And when it comes to the diplomatic corps, we're talking about economic diplomacy, cultural diplomacy, research, academic diplomacy. How can we bring all these intelligentsia information together to build the Africa that we want towards G20? But it doesn't end in G20. It will be beyond G20 because it's a legacy that we're actually bringing forth for our children, for the Africa that we want, and for our children and the great generations that will come after us to say that, yes, we've benefited in this Africa that we want. Now I'm going to call my dear sister, Melerato Okeyo, the chairperson of Tuto Trust. As she comes forward, can you give her a round of applause to give her energy? Another gentle giant and a captain of industry. You see, today, it was all women. Have you realized that? There's only one man that has came and spoken here. So it really showcases that we're really talking about women leadership and women influence, and the future is female. But we don't leave our men behind. And also to acknowledge Dr. Levi Mtebejane, who is also the trustee of Africa Investment Summit. Thank you very much, Doc, for driving this initiative. As much as you are with UNISA, but your role as well in Africa has actually added, value into the driving the mission of building the Africa that we want under the leadership of Prof. Lenkambule and Prof. Tenjiwe, because we actually were guided by the two professors to make this a reality. I mean, if you look at the theme, if you look at their speeches, they were actually driving us to actually make sure that we don't just, they actually told us, don't call us for an event. We're not event-driven. We are programs-driven. We are programmatic, and hence the launch of what you see today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Let me begin by greeting you all, the Chancellor, former President Mbeki, Vice Chancellor, Professor Buleng Linkabule. Thank you so much for including us in such an intellectual and practical exercise of engagement. I would like to lean on all protocol that has already been observed. As has been told, my name is Lerato Okeyo. Allow me to just share a little bit with you about my family history. My great-grandfather was a gentleman called John Mashologu, and he was from the Eastern Cape, and he was a printer by profession. So he struggled with sinuses, and so his doctor told him that what he needed to do was to relocate to Johannesburg, where the climate would be better for him. So he got on a train and he journeyed to Johannesburg. However, on the train, he met with French missionaries that were on their way to Lesotho. And they were going there in pursuit of advancing education in Lesotho. So when they heard that he was a printer, they persuaded him to join them in going to Lesotho to establish the first printing press in Lesotho. So he engaged with them, and it's interesting to note that he left from the Eastern Cape, and by the time they got to Bloemfontein, they had persuaded him to get off with them and go off to Lesotho. So they went there, they established the first printing press, and through that decision, there was transformation in Lesotho in terms of literacy and education. So in fact, he is seen as one of the pioneers in Lesotho in terms of bringing literacy-based education to that beautiful mountain kingdom. So why do I share that story with you? For a start, it is to celebrate my motherland, which some around the globe heard of for the first time through the recent punitive measures from President Trump. But of more relevance to us today, the story I tell you was from 1901. So it was in 1901 that my great-grandfather went off to Lesotho. But if you fast forward, here we are in the 21st century. And the problems that we are facing as a continent still relate to inadequate literacy. And of course, literacy is a barrier to further education. So we are gathered here today with lofty dreams around science and research. And yet we are still challenged with the most basic foundational elements. We are engaging with issues of inclusivity, and yet the vast majority of people on our continent are excluded by virtue of inadequate literacy, inadequate education. So if we look at this together, and we take the example of my great-grandfather, how can that help us to focus on solutions that we are faced with in terms of the challenges today? The first thing that I think we should reflect on is that his choice was a courageous choice. And you can just imagine, he was a young man with a wife, young children. Can you imagine how they received this information that we're moving to this strange place called Lesotho with these strange foreigners? It was a courageous decision in the sense that he chose to shift away from his comfort zone. And as we consider potential solutions for what we are faced with today, it requires the same mindset. It requires the same courage to shift. And the shift is obviously uncomfortable. Many of us want to continue to do the same things that we have been doing. But of course, those same things are not moving us forward. If we want to leapfrog such that our people can participate in the ways that they deserve to participate, it requires us to change our mindsets. It requires us to have the courage to embrace change. But the other interesting thing that we can reflect on in terms of my great-grandfather was the decisiveness. I can only imagine how many hours it would have taken from the Eastern Cape to Bloemfontein in 1901. Let's call it 24 hours. In 24 hours, he made a decision which led to transformational change. Now here we are embracing a summit like this in which we can talk and we can talk, but the risk is that we can talk endlessly. At some point, we have to reach decisions, and those decisions have to translate into action. So here we are, and I really appreciate your courage, Vice-Chancellor, in embracing an opportunity like this for UNISA to play a leading role in transforming our continent. We ourselves as Tuto Trust are pursuing partnership with UNISA, which is geared at basic education. Much as we've got this wonderful opportunity of a youthful population, with all the drama and all that we are faced with, our advantage, our commercial advantage, relates to our youthful population. But we have to leapfrog the skill set, the educational levels of that population. Otherwise, they will not be relevant to commerce in the 21st century. So I encourage all of us to embrace these opportunities to partner in innovation. That is what will enable and unlock opportunities for us to leapfrog in action in ways that can genuinely contribute to inclusivity on this continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Lerato. Indeed, education is power, and education is knowledge. And we gotta have to start now and to think forward in terms of educating the youth that are fit for the 21st century. I heard that from the African Union. Remember, the last theme for African Union, educating our young people to be fit for the 21st century. And the only institutions that can do that is institutions of higher learning. Prof. Lenkambule and Prof. Tenji, congratulations. Do you know that we did research? You're the only university globally that has came up with this concept. Globally. There's no other, any institution that has brought government, private sector, diplomatic corps under one roof. This is the first of its own kind. We're really liberated under you, hey? And we have freedom of being led. And thank you very much for the vision. Now, I'm going to call the next final message of support before we go to our panel. We're going to have Advocate Tembelihle Mapita, Executive Manager, Corporate Affairs, Moses Kotane Research Institute. And the message should be very short because we are galloping, because we start very late. Please help us, technical team. Is our dear sister Advocate ready for us online? Yes.
I'm ready.
Thank you. Thank you, Advocate.
Okay, thank you, Director. Greetings to the Council, the UNISA Council, and all the leadership. I'm not going to go line by line in the interest of time. It is a pleasure and an honor to be selected as one of the speakers. Hear me? Can I proceed? It is indeed an honor. I hear voices. I'm not sure whether I can be heard or not.
We can hear you. Please continue.
Okay.
Advocate.
Thank you.
I think
Battery is dying.
I think Advocate.
Okay, yeah, I'm coming from the Moses Kotane Research Institute, which is a government entity under the Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environment Affairs in KwaZulu-Natal. I'm connecting in Jamaica currently, but I couldn't miss this opportunity. I've been listening to the speakers, and I like the tagline that says collaboration is the new currency. I'm joining on that one. The Moses Kotane Research Institute is also a center of excellency, as UNISA has alluded to the same. So we identify with UNISA. Our tagline is research, innovation, and excellence. we conduct socio-economic research, which is very short. It's action research aimed at informing the policy or policies of government and addressing urgent economic matters of government. That's where we come in, that's how we may differ a little bit from the academic institutions. We do provide innovative support.
I think we have a network problem with Advocate.
So we provide the IP support free of charge to innovators to expand on their ideas and protect their ideas and assist them on the channels to reach the market once their products have been transformed from ideas to actual products. We also assist in establishment of digital centers, innovation hubs, and smart labs. We do collaborate with universities. We have collaborated with other universities. I can name the University of the Mangosuthu University in KwaZulu-Natal, Umlazi. We are just about to launch a smart lab and robotics lab in Durban University of Technology. We do collaborate with quite a number of universities in supporting the students with financial assistance and other academic supports. So we at development, we support entrepreneurs. So we have entrepreneur development, we have capacity development, we coordinate and facilitate skills development and training. We work with institutions, with Tibet colleges and other institutions of higher learning. So we are quite happy to be part of this collaboration that UNISA is putting together. We would like to formalize our relationship going forward and see other collaborative initiatives that we can embark on as a unit. In the interest of time, I was given only 3 minutes. That is all that I will say at this point. It can be unpacked at a later stage with the relevant personnel of the university. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. KZN, it's about inclusivity. Madam, before we call the next panel discussion, MEC from Northwest, I'd like to declare my interest as well. I'm actually the W20 chair for financial inclusion and entrepreneurship. As you know that you'll be hosting us this coming month for the G20 Women Financial Inclusion Empowerment. So I'll be definitely in Sun City. And thank you very much for the work that you're doing behind the scenes to host us as the G20 Women Empowerment Group moving forward in taking forward the role of women in the G20. And now, our panel discussion will be led by another gentle giant, Professor Eunice Isekoa, the acting vice principal for teaching, learning, community engagement, student support at UNISA. May, as you come into the stage, can we actually give you a round of applause? And also call Prof. Lenkambule as well to come on the stage as an anchor into this discussion. Yeah, it's you, Prof. Then we call Madame MEC from Northwest to come on stage. And then we've got Ntate Sello. Where are you, Mapaka, the CEO of, come closer. Are you here? Yes. We need men. So we've been dominating as women. I'm sure you have seen that, eh? That's the power that we've been given. And I think, Prof, you will really guide us because he is actually representing U20. Yes. Thank you very much, Prof. You can come on stage because I think what we are discussing in this platform anchors quite a lot on teachings and learnings as well, and also community engagement, because this is very important, because we are hosting G20. What are communities expecting out of G20? What are the expectations on the ground, but also from the teachings and making the students to be aware of G20 and the student support within UNISA, because this is, it's the first time for an institution of higher learning to launch such a forum. So you're giving guidance to all the universities globally in terms of how to actually make sure that the modus operandi of such forums, engaging with community and not leaving anybody behind. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you so much, Program Director. I want to take this opportunity to greet our Chancellor, President Thabo Mbeki, as we are aware that he's online. Our Vice Chancellor, Professor Puleng Linkabula, our very important guests who are here today. You are all very important, and I want to say all protocol is observed. And there are short bios of my panel are written here, but I'm just going to introduce them to you. We have Mayor Bitsa Lenkopane, our MEC, she has already spoken. The Department of Economic Development, Environment, and, sorry. Northwest? Oh, okay, sorry. Conservation and Tourism, Northwest. It's because as you were speaking, I thought it's Limpopo. Okay, thank you so much. My apology for that. Mr. Sello Mapacha, you have heard that he's the chair of the U20, and Professor Puleng Linkabula, our Vice Chancellor, the principal of the University of South Africa, the leading university, the oldest university, more than 150 years, amongst the universities of South Africa. I'm going to ask them a question, and then they will answer it according to how it applies into their context. To my panel, the question is, how will this G20 collaboration of the university, the government, business, diplomatic corps, and our communities contribute towards inclusivity and transformation of the global South to build the Africa we want? I can repeat it? Do I repeat it? You're fine. Okay. All right. So it's, and then afterwards, I will give the members opportunity to ask more questions.
May I start? Thank you. And perhaps, yes, I start. Allow me, Prof, to also stand on the protocol that has been established with all the excellencies, the tribal authority leaders, and of course, the governance of UNISA. My name is Lompacha. I'm the head of international relations in the city of Tshwane, but I've also been appointed as a liaison between the U20 and G20. And it is important maybe to first explain what the U20 is all about. Because since we got here, it has been about G20. But as I do that, I must say that I'm honored to be among the heroines around me. Starting with the very hall that you are in, it's named after one of our heroines. And I think it's also important, Vice Chancellor, to know that you are my mom's namesake. So when I told her that I will be coming here, she was quite excited and she said, no, you won't be lost, you are going home. So I feel quite at home being in the University of the Land. The Urban 20 is an engagement group. I think it's one of the 13th that was established about 8 years ago. And it was mainly to establish a platform where mayors from progressive capital cities could coordinate their inputs and also elevate them to the global leaders. And those issues that are affecting us are very basic, which is service delivery. Local government is at the very cold face of service delivery. When people don't have water, or their roads are full of potholes, or they don't even have access to the basic needs, they cry to the mayor. And indeed, we have an executive mayor, again, in terms of the women leadership that was echoed earlier. She couldn't be here because she's away on a resource mobilization to ensure that the hosting of the Urban 20 is the most memorable for our guests. And this U20, back in November, when they went to get the chairing, she was accompanied by Mayor Dada Morero, Mayor Nasipi Moya, who is the mayor of the city of Tshwane. Both the two mayors are co-hosts to this, and they are actually representing local government globally in terms of the U20 2025 cycle. So everything that we experience on a local government space, it is anchored around what mayors will be able to consolidate. What is of critical importance in terms of inclusion, coming to your question, Prof. We all know that the region has been a subject of exclusivity for over the years, and mainly because, as we all know, despite our critical minerals, our youthful populations, and of course the very resources that the Honorable MEC referred to, there has not been that leadership that seeks to consolidate all that power to be able to translate to the emancipation of Africans in general. And in the global south, Africa in general is seen as one of those parts of the world that are synonymous with the begging bowl. The U20 of 2025 cycle presents an August opportunity, where in the bigger scheme of global politics, when they are shifting like this, it gives us an opportunity to come together to ensure that we get to the communities on the ground. And the partnerships that we are establishing in this particular forum enables municipalities to tap into the scientific arena in terms of our research hub that are there. We also are now in an era where without this particular support from academic institutions, research institutions, whatever decisions that are taken might not be lasting. So we are looking forward to be participating in this forum to also encourage other municipalities, as we will be hosting the Urban 20 Mayoral Summit in September. The city of Tshwane is already preparing to go and invite African mayors for an African Assembly in June. So that is where the platform will be actually anchored around what municipalities, particularly capital cities, can contribute towards building that knowledge hub to benefit people on the ground. Thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you. I think from the context of, I would say South Africa Northwest in particular. The importance of collaboration, especially with UNISA. I think I must announce, VC, that I'm having my team here from the department, starting with the head of department and the economic research unit. We're not going to leave your premises before we sign an MOU of collaboration. This is not only starting here, we started actually home there with the University of the Northwest. We have already launched an innovation hub for young people in the university. So we now want to get into UNISA with quite a number of collaborations. In here, I spoke about us having to be in Sun City, but also profiled Northwest as a tourism destination on its own nature, where you have village tourism as well as the heritage. When you go to Dr. RSM, you'll see what we call the Taung Skull. We'll be celebrating the centenary, but it is part of the Northwest that we now want to put on the map, because Africa can draw the rich history of South Africa at that point of the Northwest. So tourism is also part of our driver of rural development and conservation. That's why I'm saying when you get to Sun City, you will be sleeping in a big hotel. But that hotel, the history of the Northwest says people were removed from the area of it is an area that is called Pilanesberg. It is actually coming from Bahapilani, Bahapilani. So our interest there is to start to say to Africa, the wealth of the flora and the fauna can also be part of tourism. Gone are the days of taking game drive. Our people must start to benefit from the animals, especially the big five. That is there because they were taken out of that area and animals were put in. Zimbabwe, Zambia, Botswana, we had a discussion when we were in Dallas Safaris in America early this year, where I said to them, we must start to pursue a biodiversity economy. And that can only be through the strengthening of research to start to see how we look at tourism from that point of rural development. Not only tourism in the sense of not balancing. That's why we have a lot of poaching of rhinos, because our people do not see themselves to be friends of rhinos, because there's nothing they're benefiting except to see them as animals displayed there, but the whole value chain does not benefit them. And that's the interest that we want to get into as we collaborate, and that will be only through research that we strengthen the skills development through these institutions for our people to start to look into that. The innovation, education, and knowledge-driven growth. The summit theme, A Road to G20 through Innovation, Research, and Collaboration, resonate deeply with our provincial development agenda, and we are proud to partner with UNISA and the University of Northwest to harness the capacity to commercialize, to develop the agro-processing, as well as the launch of the ICT innovation hubs. I will always mention the premier because my boss will always want us to be on top. He says, whenever you get a platform, people must know the voice of the Northwest and the 7th administration. Now he said, when we are not talking young people in his province, we must know that we are displaced because the investment of the country and the province lies with the young people. But do they know where are they, and how do we as government collaborate with this institution to start to give them that platform? And over a population of under 35 young people, it's not only a policy option, but the empowerment fund that we have, and then the hub that we want to launch and partner with different institutions, are actually to start to think of partnering to help us scale youth-focused initiatives in agriculture, in green energy, in tourism cooperatives, and startups of incubation and digital platforms, including the waste management. You know, this department has got a long name: economic development, environment, conservation, tourism. We want to have this collaboration such that our young people are starting to get exposed to all this, which I think, UNISA, the 10 that we want from you would actually be to actualize that. And lastly, the sustainable development as a foundation, not just a footnote. It is important to agree that predominantly being a rural and mining province, sustainability underpins our vision, and that is why we want to implement the third generation integrated waste management plan 2025-28, and that will need empowerment, and we would need to use the platforms of UNISA and this platform in particular, Doctor, such that we are able to say the G20 will then have to respond to such a need. I have just spoken about the land rehabilitation to restore the ecosystem and drive green jobs. So that's basically the key focus that we would not want to be excited to be all over during this G20, but as part of what we would want to draw as the Northwest for purpose of South African benefit in the continent is where we would then have to focus on this, and that can only be through these collaborations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I want to thank colleagues that are all in here for really being committed to co-constructing the future together through developing ideas, insights, inputs, and research notes that are relevant for the success of the G20 meeting. Let me foreground my inputs by stating that South Africa has been quite fortunate in the aftermath of apartheid and in the democratic era of hosting globally impactful and transformative events, and which have led to how we engage, how we co-construct the future together. If we think about 1994 as a pivot period for thinking globally around how the global South and the global North could work together to obviating undermining humanity of others by overcoming apartheid. That was a very epochal moment in the history of the globe. And I think this is an important arena for us to reflect on the benefits or the dividends we can draw from the G20. The second aspect was the anti-racism conference, that the global arena were interrogating whether we're interacting with one another as human. Are we seeing each other's humanity? How can we overcome and affirm our humanity in our different hues from different geographical locations? And I think this was quite an important arena because the world still contests with inequality, marginalization, and sometimes high levels of poverty that denigrate the humanity of others. And then the World Sustainable Development Goals, where we together looked at the development trajectories that as countries, as the global trading systems, but also associated or attendant systems, how we're dealing with ecology, environment, trading systems, our consumption systems, patterns, and the policy systems that are associated. So it seemed to me that this community or an institution or a collaboration of 19 countries and the African Union and the European Union is an important arena for rethinking the transformations that are necessary, not only in the aftermath of the collapse of the economy in 2008, but the lessons we would have garnered then on how we can together transform economies, create interactions, use research, innovation to overcoming the challenges of our times. And equally, in the aftermath of COVID-19, where the bifurcations of society, where others had access to medications to live and others did not have, I think the G20 moment and the theme that has been required is an invitation for us to look in. How do we rebuild, reset, reenact possibilities for reclaiming the future together so that none of us is left behind? And I think the roles of universities, such as the University of South Africa, is really to hold in questions the multilateral institutions, the public leadership, the diplomatic corps, the trading systems through the private sector or transnational systems, and accompanying policy regimes, to look into sustainable development trajectories, sustainable ways in which the economy, which is one of the pivot points for the G20, ways in which we can optimize these knowledges, because for us as UNISA, our communities are not just the local communities. They are also the global communities where our students are located everywhere in the world. And this implies that the quality of knowledge that our students should garner should enable them to be of resource anywhere in the world, anytime, and at whatever level that they are playing. And I think that's the value add that we are bringing. Lastly, I think the city of Tshwane has not, and perhaps ourselves, and that's why we need to strengthen Northwest Partnership and the city. I'm told through researchers, but also the diplomats yourselves, that after Washington, the largest footprint of diplomats is in the context of South Africa. Yes. And therefore, what it means, colleagues, is that we should be appreciative of the presence of diplomats who are here. It exposes our students to internationalization at home. It allows us to interact, to learn, and to draw from the lessons. It propels the partnership systems in order that the prosperous, peaceful, sustainable, and ecologically attentive, humanizing civilizations, knowledge systems, diplomacy, trading systems, and how we encounter one another are really, truly beneficial for all of us. So thank you very much. I think this is what I can say in essence, but I know my colleagues will do or say more, is what we as UNISA believe is the dividend that we draw from the diplomatic corps that is strong, the businesses that are here, including the investments that our colleagues, our partner today, who are co-hosting this event, have propelled for us. Diplomacy is important. It's the only way we can win the future against war, against poverty, against inequality, and against dehumanizing practices, policies, and trading arrangements. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to allow only 3 questions in the interest of our time. But I just want to remind you that what the summary that comes from our panel, Mr. Mapacha says the decisions that the government make that do not include universities because of their research and innovation do not last. That is the observation that they have made, and which I also support. It is really true. So partnering with universities is very important, because whatever decision or whatever problem is being solved is based on data that has been collected through research. And also, the MEC Lenkopane, our innovation and research is very important in their province. And she's not going to leave here before we sign an MOU with the province as UNISA. She emphasizes the importance of biodiversity economy, research, and tourism, that the theme of G20 really resonates with their vision of the province of the Northwest. The importance of empowerment, the hub for partnerships for research, and also for startups. Listen to this one, to support startups in order to stimulate the economy. This becomes very important for our students and for women. And our Vice Chancellor also emphasized the importance of co-constructing the future together. That when we are here, what we are discussing here, they are not a waste of time. We are hosting different global events in South Africa, but this one is the one that is really going to take us further. We're not here just for talking, but we mean business. And this collaboration is the important arena of how we will transform economics, use research and innovation to resolve challenges of the country and reclaiming our future together. Thank you so much. That's I summarize what our speakers in the panel have said. So allowing 3 questions. I see there's a hand there. Oh, there's so many hands. I'll start with the lady with the green, and then I will come here. I think I must try to be fair. Maybe I should go to that side. And there I will give you a chance, don't worry. So, okay. Do you have a mic? Is there a mic that is roving? Who can give them this one? Or you can use your mics. We don't need to. All right. Thank you so much.
Good morning to everyone. All protocols observed. I am Tembi from Met African Events. And actually this week I was speaking to Dr. Mzamo, and we were talking about having the youth participate in the economy. And I just want to say also to Professor Puleng, even me, I'm not living without an MOU today, because our goal is to have 1,000 youth-owned businesses registered operational by the G20 summit. Wow. And what we have also noticed, I'm also a startup owner, I'm youth-owned, and I'm now a multi-million company as a youth-owned company. And what we are trying to establish is there is a gap, in as much as, you know, we do get young people getting into universities, but there is also a huge gap of young people who do not get access to universities. And we want to empower them, educate them, give them resources, which is why Professor Puleng and all the other educational institutions will like you to open your doors when we bring those people and we say we've got 100 young people who have informal businesses, who want to formalize them. If you can maybe just give them some sort of crash courses in business management, financial management, and also as the owner of Met African, that is an event company, I want to say to the MEC, I currently have 12 delegates from Zimbabwe in your province right now through our travel and tourism aspect of our business. And as we are speaking with Dr. Mzamo, I was like, I want to spotlight each and every province by the G20 summit. So we want young people opening businesses, young people supported in all the provinces of South Africa. And our goal is for 1,000 young businesses open, supported. So even the entities of AU will come and knock at your doors. We're going to be asking for funding for our youth-owned businesses. We would like your support. So when we do come and knock at your doors, please do not shut us out, because for the economy to move, we also need to educate the people who never got access to education. And also the illiterate people are actually running and operating a huge group of businesses, and they are employing people.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yes, you can talk.
My name is Subra Mohammed from Somalia. I'm African ambassador in under concern.
Yes, you must turn the mic. Can somebody assist her to turn the mic?
The mic is on.
It's not working. Can
My name is Subra Mohammed from Somalia. I'm ambassador of African Affairs under Khoisan Kingdom. I wanted to ask about how you can assist the foreigners who are here in South Africa, from Ethiopia, Somalia, Congo, everywhere around Africa. The young students from foreign students who are studying in this country, they pass matric, but they can't further because they don't have ID. So the young girls end up getting married on 16 years. Some get pregnant out of luck. The boys start using drugs because they are idle. So I just wanted to know how the G20 can assist.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. There was a hand. Yes, yeah.
Thank you, Program Director. My name is Rudy Peterson, and I am from UJ, heading Stakeholder Relations. Thank you so much for this. For the first point, I just want to ponder all the organizers. There is so much happening on G20 nationally. I'm just worried about the coordination. I'm just worried about the coordination. And yeah, I'm saying there is so much happening at all the universities, UJ, UNISA, all of it. I just want to get pondered to say what is the cohesion and integration in terms of G20. And then Prof. Puleng, let me be a bit controversial if I may. I just wanted to know what is this great university of which I am a proud alumnus here, together with my, with Prof. Lenka's friend Mandla Simelani. I just want to check, universities are spaces of critical intellectual inquiry. And recently Trump has clamped down on higher education in the US. It's got nothing to do with us, but as a university, I just wanted to check whether UNISA was so bold as to engage Trump with some sensibility to say, please stop the nonsense or something of that like. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Prof. It's your turn. Yeah. Thank you. This is the last question. The last question.
First, I just want to appreciate the efforts of organizing this event. It's a premier event of its own kind, and I think it sets a particular pace in the discourse within the G20 family. My question has to do with the practical side. The efficacy of any theory is tested in practice. I think the ideas which are broached here are very, very important. Now, what I wanted to check is, since we have engagements of G20 throughout the country, and today we're meeting here to discuss on a very important partnership, relationship, academia, private, public, diplomacy. How are we going to check that these things are happening in reality? Can we meet after 6 months or 9 months and check whether the things we have spoken about are actually happening. Because the endowment we have, each one of us, is the ability to talk. If talking would change the world, I think the world would have changed a long time ago. And the world can only change when we put our vision, discipline, and action together. My question is, Vice Chancellor, as part of this institution myself, can we meet again and check whether the things we are talking about are actually happening? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Msoma. I'll start with the last question. The question is are we launching this partnership and collaboration between the universities, the diplomatic corps, the private and the private sector, what we call academia, public and diplomatic corps forum? Are we launching it for the sake of talking, or are we going to translate the knowledge, the ideas, the critical policy analysis into actionable outcomes that transform the world? I think just the launch of this forum, Professor Msoma, is an extension into praxis, not just the imagination of what could be. However, your invitation is that we should analyze whether the inputs, insights, ideas, research, and data that may emerge from our analysis here will make it into the negotiations on a range of thematic areas that the G20 formal reports will be entailing. It will be our commitment as the university, as working with others, to ensure that some of these insights get into the report, partly because we are also part of the partnership with our Department of International Relations on how such could happen. And I think you're right. We don't do theory for its own sake. There must be some utilitarian aspect to it, even as we aspire to discover, to learn, to rethink, and to apply new knowledge. So I'm very hopeful that there will be prospective successes. The second aspect that was asked is, I think the question around, is there solidarity with refugees or asylum seekers or those who have come to South Africa or who are refugees anywhere in the world? I think one of the things that cannot be underestimated is the radical hospitality of South Africa to refugees, asylum seekers, and many people who have come to the country. This is the country, yes, thank you. And we shouldn't trivialize that, colleagues. This is the country that has the largest numbers of refugees, whether they've declared themselves or not declared themselves. What I think will be constructive is how we collectively harness the opportunities of working together to humanize, to avoid exposure of young people to gender-based violence and femicide, exposure of young people to substance abuses and drugs, and also to look at how education can be a lever to trying to building social capital, social cohesion, but also enabling the integration of these communities into our societies. The other thing that we should always remember is also that when we receive guests, the guests must also respect the value systems and value processes of the host country. And sometimes it seems to me that we don't create enabling environments for sharing value systems that harness our encounter with one another. And that's an area that I think for us as South Africans, for us as guests who are received, whether as formal migrants or as asylum seeker or not registered refugees, it's very important that we collectively work together to humanize one another. And I think the lessons from other countries that have been receiving countries for refugees, whether for us as South Africans in the context of apartheid, we can learn from the diplomatic corps, especially those countries that may have also hosted refugees, on how we can work together to ensure that no child or no human being becomes stateless or is not supported to become fully human. Lastly, I don't want to deal with all the questions. I'll share with the MEC and with my brother. So I thought it is a critical point that multilateral institutions are beneficial for society. For some time in the geopolitical arrangements or economic arrangements, we have allowed the oligarchs, in terms of high net worth individuals, who are not elected, who are not voted for, to be the ones who determine the global policy regimes. And perhaps the G20 must be an opportune point for elected officials, for democratic dividend, to strengthen our diplomacy, multilateral regimes, as they would the trading systems. Thank you.
No, I think we must agree that we really need to appreciate the platform by the university. We must appreciate the platform. Discussions are happening all over, but the university has made it to happen for us and to make use of the platform. That itself, it is happening, it is here. The university is also, the VC saying, the doors are open. The university has outlined its capacity to strengthen us to be able to get what we have wanted to get from the G20. If it happens that we don't have the necessary capacities, as good as not be participants. So it is through what the program director, doctor, is saying, your information, your knowledge, my knowledge, our knowledge collectively can make us to be able to be the better South Africa that can stand for the continent. But it is also important to highlight that we would not want to get into the low-hanging fruits, but what is important here that I have expressed on behalf of the government of the Northwest, I'm taking policy position. On the 14th, I'll be presenting my budget statement, which these things that I'm outlining here will form part of my pronouncements and commitments with the attachment of the budget. So, for purpose of the benefit of the public, we would not come and dream. We would have done it in injustice to our people. I have indicated that the Northwest Province of Premier Lazarus Mokhosi and his collective is open for business, but not business as usual. We seek partners who are passionate about inclusive growth. That is the platform for G20. We don't want to get into memorandum of understandings, or applications for funding. But we raise our hand that we seek partners who are passionate about inclusive growth, who are committed to collaboration, and ready to shape a future that is resilient, that is green, and that is just. That's why we say we want business, but not business as usual. And we must demonstrate the uniqueness of South Africa to actually be the host of this important summit. And we must once more visit, the power of women cannot be ignored in the house. And the women power is appreciated. And what is interesting here is the presence of the traditional leadership. We will not be government that speaks the eradication of poverty and the government that comes with plan to deal with poverty if we have not yet engaged with universities through research that involves going out into the space of these villages, these areas of operation, where Khosi knows it better, or who is actually a poor person in the village. Because government cannot just plan and say, we come up with this program for poverty alleviation. If that plan does not respond to what Khosi and Morafi knows, that plan will not materialize. And I think the question that says, what is going to happen is not about reports and files, but it's about this collaboration where we are heavy, where our people are located. When we get to Sun City, program director, doctor, yes, we must not be excited about sleeping there. we must look for Bakhata ba Khosipila. We must check as to whether they are excited and the activities that are happening there are bringing impact to what we will then say the G20 has transformed our people. So I am looking at the chief director from my department, from tourism. She knows very well that when she speaks Sun City, I'm starting to say to her, but where's conservation? This tourism must go with conservation. The housing and where people are going to eat, we are going to have built up activities that brings together women in the province from all corners of every village, 403 wards, who are making business either 3 rooms that always welcome people, to see themselves being addressed and have an understanding of what G20 is holding for them. That can only happen through the intensified research that has got the collected data that is dependable, that will then have to come from this institution. So that's why I agree that we are here and what we are processing here is real and we are processing it here and now. And thanks, VC, once more. I know we are also bidding farewell to the new VC of the university. We'll follow you. These initiatives are ours. We'll get to that university, we'll claim that victory, and we'll continue to collaborate as women and as a collective of the citizens of this country to make a different Africa through this very little point of South Africa. Thank you.
Program Director, maybe to be direct to the question from, actually it was a request from Sistemi of African Events in terms of capacity building for small business or SMMEs. I think I would really like to reiterate that need, because some of them you will find that they are successful in one way or the other, but because of lack of financial literacy, they end up not being able to sustain their business. And of course, the City of Tshwane, in partnership with other academic institutions, we also embark on some SMMEs empowerment campaigns. There is one now that is coming, I think, around May, which we also identify, those critical needs. And I think we would like to collaborate with yourselves as well, moving forward. And I got quite this question from Dr. Rodi Peterson of UJ that there's a lot of events happening. And I believe that we need to do more, particularly on the government side, to go out there and collaborate with our communities, awareness campaigns, outreach, So from the city of Tshwane, during this IDP, integrated development planning session, where there are public participation sessions, we go out there and collaborate with the communities, but most importantly also prepare them of what is to come. Because beyond these negotiations, the cities are expected to hand over our communique to the global leaders to say, this is what on local government space we believe should be prioritized. Issues of financing of municipal services, issues of inclusivity, for example. And I think, Prof, you were correct to say that, in terms of South Africa being hospitable, it is true that we have that, but has it been structured in such a way that everybody understands our value systems? Are we able to connect, and understand the plight and have empathy to those that seek refuge in our country? So this level of collaboration, already I'm glad that we already have an MOU. My colleagues from research, city strategies, have an MOU with the university. But then it's about how do we, make it alive and improve on it and capitalize on what this G20 is offering. Lastly, we take note of how do we exploit our, it's a privilege to have about 140 diplomatic missions in the city. And with what is happening in Washington, because we were second, we are likely to be the first, because I can imagine more of such diplomatic missions moving away from Washington. So that is likely going to be making South Africa very pivotal in terms of diplomacy. And we are very eager to take up that challenge. So we will continue these deliberations, but we will have to come back to support that effort of saying, can we give feedback of what has happened beyond these negotiations and beyond the Global Leaders Summit in November. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Chair, Program Director.
Thank you. Wow. Can you give them a round of applause as they... Thank you very much for the collective wisdom again and collective intelligence, the road to G20. This is the road to G20. There is no other road that I know through collaboration, academia, private sector, public sector, and diplomatic co-ops. And thank you very much for the powerful articulation. Now, coming to Ndaderudi, I think this comes to me as a program director on the question that you have asked on President Trump. There's something called in wisdom with diplomacy, sovereign state. We cannot, in this platform, talk about President Trump. And also, at the end of the day, as we talk right now, the ministers of finance, the governors are meeting in Washington, D.C., hosted by President Trump in the road to G20. So, unfortunately, the question that you have asked on President Trump, we cannot really answer on that because there is sovereign state in terms of diplomacy. Diplomacy doesn't allow us to comment on your question. Thank you very much. And also, the chancellor of this university, UNISA, lives and thrives on diplomacy. And he's a man of peace. And he wants to see South Africa and America working together. As I stand in this platform, President Ramaphosa and President Trump had a telephonic conversation yesterday. Can we give a round of applause to that conversation? This is the road to G20. The road to G20 is amazing. The road to G20, we are together. We are working together to solve the challenges that the world is having. That's why we're sitting in this platform, to be able to solve those challenges. And with those words, my brother, unfortunately, we can't answer that. And I'm sure you understand that, Eruti. Thank you very much. Can you clap hands for her? We've got a very important guest, Mama Africa, iwe napenda, iwe motherland. Mama Yvonne Chaka Chaka, stand up. You are an African icon. There she is in our midst. I love you, Africa. That's your message. Thank you very much for honoring us with your presence. Now, in our last session, it's a marathon, and I'm glad that Tembi spoke about youth. We're going to actually have the senior private secretary from the Office of the Prime Minister in Lesotho virtually, who is actually the champion of an initiative called Sibabato in the Prime Minister's office, which is a youth initiative, the road towards G20, showcasing excellency of the young people and what they're doing in Lesotho. Madam SPS online, please, can you join? Technical team, can you assist us?
Hello, Dr. Mzamo.
Thank you very much, madam.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for affording me this platform. Greetings from Lesotho, everybody. My name is Moleboheng. I work for the Right Honorable Prime Minister of Lesotho, and allow me to write on the protocols that have been well elaborated. Under the Office of the Right Honorable Prime Minister of Lesotho, there is a program for young entrepreneur development, and this program is a very important program, especially to the Right Honorable the Prime Minister, because we have realized as a country that the solutions lies with the young people. And now the question is how to assist them, how to help them reach their potential in terms of becoming the solutions that we need in Africa. Dr. Mzama, there's a lot of background conversations. I don't know if I'm still audible.
We can hear you, Madam SPS.
I'm still audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Technical team, please help us. Thank you, madam.
Yeah. So as I'm saying, the program that we run for the young entrepreneurs is an important program, and because we have realized that, first of all, we need to start engaging the youth now to get a feel of what they think of where the world is going today, number one. Number two, to allow them to start on with bringing solutions to Africa problems. And therefore, this platform is quite important due to the participants, and also riding on the theme that collaboration is the new currency. On this program, what we do is that we create platforms where the young entrepreneurs can be able to collaborate, to partner, and to actually become part of the globe on its entirety. I think the young people have made it very clear that they are no more seeking handouts. They don't want to be given anything. They want to be part of the drawing board where they can be part of the solutions. So looking at the participants in the House, the diplomatic corps, business, and government of different provinces of South Africa, it is encouraging because it says that as we listen in and as we think of the kind of collaborations and partnerships that we are going to come up with from the very same forum, it says to us that our collaborations are going to extend outside of the borders of Lesotho and South Africa. And we are doing that riding on the spirit that we are not looking for handouts, as I said before. The young people are not looking for handouts, but they are looking for opportunities that exist that can actually enhance what they are trying to do. But getting into the issue of higher learning institutions, as we are hosted by UNISA, is that this is so important, because as we redefine Africa and as we look inward into what kind of solutions Africa can provide, it is so important for us to look into issues of the curriculum that is taught at schools, especially of higher learnings, whether it answers or whether it brings solutions that are needed by Africa, so that Africa can be able to provide for itself. We will always need partnerships from outside of Africa. We will always collaborate with different other countries, but we need to make sure that Africa is able to provide solutions that Africa needs. So I am so happy, Dr. Mzamo, that this platform, the Road to G20, is hosted by an institution of higher learning, and that other institutions of higher learning are here with us, because it says now we will honestly open up conversations about how we see our education today and whether it is truly giving us solutions that we need. Therefore, it will allow us who work with young people, who work with young entrepreneurs, to come to the table and also elaborate on the kind of partnerships that would help the young entrepreneurs to excel in what they are doing. It says that we are now taking into consideration the importance of research to find out first what is needed by the communities, and I heard that communities is a keyword as well for this forum. What is needed by the communities? What are the problems out there? And when we craft the solutions, we will craft them having engaged in robust research that would help us bring quality solutions to our people. So this is exciting. It is quite an important forum, and we are happy to be part of. And I think today ours was to listen and to gather information and to identify those partners that are in the room that we can therefore, after this forum, connect with for further collaboration. So yes, we are in agreement that collaboration is the new currency. In the same program, the Young Entrepreneur Program that I'm talking about, we work very well with diplomatic missions that are found in Lesotho that are able to look at what we are doing and that are able to source from their different countries opportunities, collaboration themes that exist, and are able to work with us on those. And it is going quite well. We are happy with how we are working with our diplomatic corps in Lesotho as we try to craft these young entrepreneurs to become the businessmen of tomorrow. So we are very happy, Dr. Mzamo. We don't even want to take much of the time. We appreciate the time that we were given to say something about our program, and we are actually opening up our doors for all partners that are in the house who are open to collaborating with a program that has a mandate to craft and to develop young entrepreneurs that can actually become future millionaires of tomorrow, but who are in earnest looking for solutions for the African continent within Africa. So we are here. I'm here until the forum closes to listen in, but also to hear anybody or any organization that would want to understand us further with the view of collaborating in the future. Thank you so much. Ke a leboha.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam SPS, the champion of youth development in Lesotho. not only youth development, looking at the role of entrepreneurship within young people, knowing that in Africa we have about 70% constitutes young people, Professor. And we need to actually be very mindful of how we bring in programs that are driven in terms of addressing the challenges that young people are facing in the continent, like what the Office of the Prime Minister in Lesotho is doing at the moment. And I've seen young people from Lesotho all over the world representing Lesotho, showcasing excellency. And we had about 3 of them that actually won last year in July, Madam SPS, if you remember, during a BRICS youth competition. 3 young people came from Lesotho. Can we give them a round of applause? That's the showcasing of what excellence is all about. And thank you very much, Madam SPS. And now I'm going to call on stage somebody that is very close to my heart, Usis Cindy Swazilwa, because when she calls me, she says Gama. And the first black chartered accountant in South Africa. Can we give her a round of applause? A woman who changed the narrative in the country that a black woman can be a CA, a black woman can thrive. Here today, she is actually sharing her success. But that collective intelligence that we're talking about, how do we move forward in that law and the future? The road to G20 is just amazing for me because it has brought all of us together. We thank G20 because if it was not G20, Prof. Lenkambula will be sitting here. But because of G20, we are really happy for UNISA to give us this platform to say, here we are. Let us actually utilize our collective intelligence as we move forward and creating a future. MEC, you say that it's not just about hosting. What are the legacy projects that G20 is going to leave in rural communities? Now, there is our dearest honorable MEC, all the way from Limpopo. Madam, can you stand up and we give a round of applause for you? This is how, Madam Naketi Kekana, this is how government has taken this platform seriously. We all have rural provinces, MECs coming to this platform to make sure that when we talk about G20, hi feleli mona fela mo Pitoli Prof. Hi feleli mo Gauteng. Mara iya kai. Ke ya runa ntho man. It's ours. Let's own it in all the provinces and drive excellency through diligence. Madam, the floor is yours. That's a resilience in crashes, by the way. And she said, I'm not going to, not come to this powerful event.
Thank you, Kama. What happened to clapping good people when someone is coming on stage? Where do I get the reminder and the adrenaline that I will be talking to lovely people like you? I know you really love me, so close to her heart. She always says I'm the first. I'm the second. I'm the second woman to qualify as I was second black woman to qualify as a chartered accountant in South Africa. Yes. That was in 1990, and I was 23 years old. So that's why then this got stuck with her, So, but thank you so much. Program Director, Ugama Wam, Bitso, my namesake, Dr. Cindy Somzamo. I wish Nama can be Ugama Paku Doctor, but it's coming. I think let me start with our host, our Vice Chancellor, Professor Puleng Lenkabula, Deputy VC, Professor Tenj Meiwa. We know that this event, somebody has been passionate in organizing it, Dr. Lev Motebejani, and a representative of the South African government here today. We have got the MECs, we've got the ministers from all the provinces and also in South Africa. We love you and appreciate you. Thank you for being here with us today. We've got the honorable ministers from Lesotho. We have got His Majesty King Sbusiso Madyeke, Prime Minister for the Khoisan government. We've got the Dean of the African Diplomat Corps, Your Excellency, Mr. Andre Nzapayeke, honorable ambassadors from a number of countries that are present here in this launch today to say you are supporting us. Your Excellencies, we appreciate you. Captains of the industries in this room, business people. I'm also leaning on all the protocol that's been previously observed in case I miss. So on that note then, I would like to say good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Okay, thank you. The first thing I would like to say to you, Vice Chancellor and Deputy Vice Chancellor, is that as I'm standing here, I'm the product of UNISA. When I was young, I enrolled for UNISA, and I don't understand why people were like frowning on me for doing that, but I got my first degree at UNISA, and I was very young. And then, when we are about to enroll, you've got to listen to the story. It's just 1 minute. I like to say 1 minute. So, just 1 minute. People were saying UNISA will fail you. But at home, the circumstances and everything were saying, education, go and drink from any well that you can access. Don't be choosy. And that was the well that I threw myself in with all my heart. Guess what happened? Our first year results were so good. They were actually excellent, like in the 90s, such that we got a letter from UNISA. Then that wrote to us to say, you passed so well. Next year, you are studying for free. Tuition is on ours as a university. So for that, we managed to really achieve that paradigm shift for people to look at UNISA differently, because they always thought that maybe at that time it was failing people, but we're the prime example that if you apply yourself, you will be able to succeed. Then I got my CTA through UNISA, and then I got an advanced diploma in tax through UNISA, and I became a chartered accountant. So I'm carrying a proud UNISA flag wherever I go. So thank you so much. I know it's not adding much because, you know, I'm just adding to the list of the presidents and the former presidents who are the product of UNISA, but I'm representing the generation that came after them. So please keep up the good work. And then secondly, before I proceed, I would like to congratulate Prof. Tenjimeyiwa on your appointment as the Vice Chancellor from Mpumalanga University. We are so proud of you. And with this round of applause, please keep it within you, in your heart and in your mind, so that when you are there, you know you are carrying the love, the energy, the push and the support from all the people who are gathered in this significant event today. So please, we wish you all the best. Please succeed. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say to you, I've been introduced as a CA, but actually I'm an entrepreneur with a PhD. PhD from the University of Hard Knocks. Why don't you give that a round of applause? Because it is the most important, the fact that we've got a PhD from the University of Hard Knocks. I'm sure I'm not alone. Are there people in this room who have got this PhD from the University of Hard Knocks as entrepreneurs? Can I see your hands? You see, but there are so few. Are you shy from the hard knocks that you actually got in life? They shaped us to be who we are, but we are those entrepreneurs. I am one of them. And I started then joining the ranks of entrepreneurship soon after my CA qualification. That was in 1993 when we opened doors. So I am saying this with all the experience and the credibility that anyone can bring on the table. Because after 3 decades of that exposure to my entrepreneurship journey, first of all, as Cindy, and the exposure to the entrepreneurship challenges that were faced by small businesses whose businesses we were auditing and doing accounting books for, through to the exposure as a director of companies, listed and unlisted, some of them being established businesses that were considered too big to fail in this country, and therefore had a strong ecosystem that were balancing them from all levels. I can conclude very safely that the new entrants to the South African economy since 1994, they have been let down by either a non-existent ecosystem, or a lack of a strong ecosystem if it did exist. And maybe, to make sure that we're aligned, I would like to explain what I mean by this ecosystem. A strong ecosystem means if you get support, you've got a business here, you've got access to market, and you've got contracts, the doors from finance will be open for you to be able to finance. The suppliers and the other chains that you need will be able to support you. The kinds of skills that you'll require will be available for you. And even the people who work for you will be actually pushing forward for you. But unfortunately, this is what I meant then to say the failure has actually been prompted by a lack of a strong ecosystem if it existed. So businesses would be appointed, let's say by government. They get the contracts, but then they are not getting finance from the private sector. They are not getting the facilities they need. They are not getting anything that would actually enable them to sign on the dotted deal and be able to deliver and prosper and grow, which is why then most of them remained on the survival mode and ended up closing doors because of a lack of the ecosystem. And sometimes people would say, yeah, people cannot manage their employees, they cannot do anything, but the reality is that some department give them a contract and the other one is not paying them until 120 days. You know that. That's part of the hard knocks. Others then delay to pay salaries. And then what happens to the level of respect by those employees to their entrepreneur? Then when he says, come, work overtime, we've got this contract, this one, So, it is just the result of that bad ecosystem that has actually made businesses to be where they are today. So there are many stories that this room can share and anyone else about that. But then, you have the statistics that come in that says there's a 70 to 80% failure rate for the startups of businesses in South Africa. Can you say that is false? It is not, because we sing it with our eyes and we know the root cause of it, but we need to move towards coming up with a solution of strengthening that ecosystem so that it is known that we are now building entrepreneurs. And when we build entrepreneur number one, he will want support 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please be ready for that person and give him or her the support that actually requires. Because if people are given support on 3 different places, but they are not getting support on 2, then they are unable to succeed. And the big businesses that are considered too big to fail, they have got double doors open for them wherever they go because they are known. They've got this ecosystem that relies on them to say, let them not fail because 1, 2, 3 is going to happen. Then they get everything. So we need to make sure that we are not sitting on that 70 to 80% failure rate. Secondly, when South Africa is compared to other countries, whether you look into the Global Competitiveness Report, you look into the World Economic Forum, you look into the Global Entrepreneurship Monitor, there is dismal performance when it comes to how businesses are actually being supported to succeed. And this has to change. So we really appeal for the enhancement and the strengthening of the muscle of the various stems of the ecosystems that we actually rely on as businesses. So today, I came on this invitation and I was very excited because I don't see this just as a launch. I'm seeing it as an ecosystem that is actually developing at an even better and at even higher level to support businesses to grow. I'm really excited. I am really privileged to be able to witness this because if we do not have a strong ecosystem, we are never going to thrive. We will all be established businesses to survival, lights off. Established survival, lights off. What we need to move from S to T. We need to be established, survive, thrive, and then fly to the rest of the world. That is what we need to do. So today, we are witnessing a launch of a strong ecosystem that is composed of the public sector. I'm excited today because we are having the public sector on board, and their message to us by their presence here, and it's the G20, we need to get them to sign everything this year, you know. So today, the signature that we'll be getting from them is that South African businesses, we are going to support you to thrive. We are going to strengthen your entrepreneurial muscle so that you can be able to venture outside of the South African borders with capacity and confidence, and holding the South African flag high without any embarrassment. So that is what we are getting from the public sector today, and I think for that, let's give them a big round of applause. And for UNISA to partner with us, who are we to be partnered with UNISA? Who are we? Let me remind you, this is one of the world's mega universities, the largest in the African continent, with about 370 students across 109 countries. There's about 54,000 graduates that come out of this institution annually. There's more than 1 million alumni, and they've got world-class research facility under the leadership of our Deputy VC, Professor Tenji Meyiwa. So it is a big thing for us to know that UNISA is on board with this global research capability to support the various innovations that are emanating from the minds and the hands of the entrepreneurs in this country and even in the African continent. To know that whatever we wish to do, whatever initiative we need to launch into the market, you said, Program Director, President Mbeki would be saying, where's credibility, where's data, where's research? Yeah. Today, when President, if you are still online, I want to say to you, you will be asking us that question. We know we've got UNISA who will be amplifying our voices using a credible microphone to support all the initiatives that will be emanating from all of us in this room and outside of this room, because we are pushing forward. The year that G20 came to South Africa, we must know that it is the year that gave us the platform to fly, that gave us the runway that we previously needed, and it will be supported now with that research that will be coming, and it will be credible from this university. Thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, some of us are old, some of you are young, and when you say go and knock on that door, I'm sure your knuckles are very painful. We don't want to knock on the doors of UNISA, Professor. We want automated doors. As entrepreneurs, when we step in, you've got to say, woo, here's an entrepreneur. No, we mustn't go back to that now, because the doors don't get opened. It's like people don't see you, you don't know whether they are inside. We want a glass door. We must step in and wide open, and in we come. So we would like to have that so that even if we're in your patio around that, your sensors will be so strong. They will know that there's a scared entrepreneur around here. Let me go and say, how can we help to bring credibility to your thoughts, to your innovation, to the products of your hands, to the products of your intelligence? And then we move on then to say we've got the Diplomatic Corps Forum. We are so pleased because if we've got to venture to different countries, we really need a critical bridge to be strong for us. This is our critical path. If we've got the various honorable ambassadors, your excellencies, holding our hands as we move on to your respective country, look at us, fall in love with us, with our ideas, with what we want to achieve. Because if you do, it will be easier for you to introduce us to your country in a loving manner, because remember, love is infectious. So if you usher us there to say, these are the business people, they want to do this, link them here and there. If you do that with love, there will be emotion involved in it, and they will also make sure that as part of those agreements that they are signing, be it is the bilateral trade agreements, at least there must be excitement when all of us are succeeding. because now we are actually succeeding in the respective countries. So I know that today we have got Germany, we've got Ethiopia, we've got Uganda, France, Turkey, and Singapore, just the 6 that are present with us today. How many deals can we do? When I talk deals, I mean business, not just signing and then going. I'm talking, it's opportunities for us to really restart and take our PhDs from this University of Hard Knock, apply our PhDs in making sure that this time around we succeed at all costs. So we have got the honorable ambassadors, their excellencies, here to usher us today. And for that, we're saying thank you so much. Let's give them a big round of applause. We've got the private sector represented here today because private sector, part of it is us. We must remember that. We are the private sector. But then, within the private sector, we need that strong ecosystem. If we need finance, we must get it. If there's any certification, we must get it. Even in government, I forgot to say, sometimes you'll need an import and export license. Please, don't have barriers to entry in you getting that, because it doesn't matter if the other doors are open. If you're not getting that, it's not going to work. So private sector, we need all the support, be it it's via finance, via transfer of skills, because people have been in business for a long time. We need to be handheld if it's possible, or directed to where we need to go. So we are happy that the private sector is also committing to support all budding entrepreneurs and all those entrepreneurs with the PhD from the University of Hard Knocks. So once we are all supported, then our PhDs come to use, because they will not come to use if we still don't get the support that we're actually looking for. And then on that note, let's give the private sector a big round of applause. And on that note, as I'm about to wrap up, I would like to say I will be failing all of us and the business community in general if I am not asking for strong facilitation networks with optimal accessibility. We all agree that we are here not for a talk show. We are here to see something germinating and springing into action. And that will happen if after today, when this has been launched, the launch comes up with the contact details of whom can be contacted, whether it is from one hub or from the diplomatic corps. What do you do? Public sector, who do you contact? Private sector, who do you contact? UNISA, who do you contact? Because that is the only thing that will make this not to be a talk show. This room is full of hopes. South African businesses are full of hopes. And today, we are excited at this launch, which is why I'm here to give words of support. But we're not just only excited with words, not only with rounds of applause or anything, but we are actually taking our hearts and putting it in the name, in the hands of this investment summit. When we say G20 succeed, B20 succeed, we are saying that having thrown all we had, our hopes, our emotions, our energy, our ideas, all of them in the hands of the summit. And we would like to see it working. And it can only work if tomorrow I know who to call. It can work if tomorrow I don't have to knock a door. There will be an automated door that is waiting for me. And it will only work if I'm not forgotten when I'm outside of this platform, when you are not outside of there, but anyone else with that idea, with that initiative, with that business experience, with that request for capital, with that request for connection, is being taken seriously every day, every minute, every hour. Then we will remember the G20 and we'll remember the summit that's being launched today. Thank you so much.
Jabulela Gama, with this powerful strategy on ecosystem, because this is an ecosystem that says that in collaboration, private sector, public sector, diplomatic corps, and all of us can work together and drive this powerful strategy as we move towards the G20, so that all of us can feed to one another in collaboration. And thank you very much, Professor Meyiwa, and thank you very much, Prof. Lenkambule, and Prof. Musoma, my father as well. Thank you so much. I'm really humbled today to stand in front of you. In fact, I've got goosebumps. I never thought that one day I will be able to really stand in front of you, because you coached us as well to speak with wisdom and not be loud and not speak things that are senseless. And today I'm really humbled and honored to be, for you to sit in front of me and listen to me. And I'm humbled, Prof, and may God bless you. And now to the Chancellor of the university, whom also I have a privilege to call him Daddy, President Thabo Mbeki. I'm really humbled as well, my father, for this opportunity and to show you and showcase that I'm now a big girl. And also I'm taking the world head on, but with your backup and also with your support, including our mother, Mamuzanele Mbeki, but also with the institution of UNISA. Thank you very much, all the professors, the Executive Council, and we're really humbled and honored for this great occasion, which was oversubscribed. You know, my heart was pouring down when I was seeing some of the guests coming up with chairs. And this is to showcase how important this platform was. And because it was, and also they were assisted by the UNISA protocol to assist them with the chairs so that they can be able to sit. And with those words, I'm really humbled and honored. Prof. Lenkambule, our dearest sister, we are really honored for a home as global citizens, as Pan-Africanists. With UNISA, we know that we've got a home that has collective intelligence. We've got a home that is Pan-Africanist. We've got a home that thinks global. It says act local and think global. With those words, I'm really signing off because in terms of protocol, when I'm going to invite His Majesty, I can't speak after His Majesty. The host of the event, which is UNISA, will be able to speak after His Majesty when he has done his responses, and also because he is also important into this platform as an African kingdoms. As we build the Africa that we want, the kingdoms are key drivers, and hence would actually going to be inviting him to come onto the stage. We don't call kings, we invite them. So that's protocol again. So I was taught by His Majesty, the late King Goodwill Zwelithini, when I was program directing one of his events. He actually said that Ngane yami, the king is invited, is not called to the stage. May his soul rest in peace. And also, thank you very much. And now, what I'm going to do, I will actually invite His Majesty King Sibusiso Majeke, the Prime Minister of the Khoisan Kingdom, to come on stage. In his response, after His Majesty has spoken, it's going to be Professor Kirsten Jordan, the Acting Director of the School of Economics and Management Sciences in UNISA. And then the vote of thanks will be done by Professor Les, the Executive Director of Research and Innovation and Commercialization in UNISA. My duty now ends here. And thank you very much for being a good audience. I'm really humbled and honored. As we invite the king to come to the stage, Your Majesty.
Oh, I wanted to say good morning. Good afternoon, everyone. I am here on behalf of the National Khoisan Kingdom, and before I could speak, I have to recognize the kingdom. Allow me to allow our paramount of protocol.
Can we please all stand as we pay homage to His Royal Majesty, the Kupa of the National Khoisan Kingdom and the inaugurated monarch of Southern Africa, His Royal Majesty Thomas Edgar Brown. Please repeat after me as we stand. Bayete kuba a. Bayete kuba a. Amashe, amashe, amashe. Royal greetings to everyone. All protocols observed. Mine is to introduce His Royal Majesty's entourage. To just get straight into it, by my side, I have His Royal Majesty, King Sibusiso Machege, who is our Prime Minister. And then we also have His Royal Majesty, King Mosia, who is our chairperson of the House of Lords. And we also have His Royal Majesty, King Stuart Williams, who is the head of our international relations. And then we also have His Royal Majesty in our midst, King Mogolobutu, as well as His Excellency Mike Yuan, who is an Asian ambassador, as well as Her Excellency Subra Mohammed, who is an African ambassador. We also have His Excellency Mohammed Asgar, who is an Asian ambassador, as well as His Excellency Kwame Amowako, who is from our legal department in the National Khoisan Kingdom. Amashe.
Talk about goosebumps. That's what I'm having now. When we arrived here, we met Professor Mosoma.
Yes.
And I told him, Professor, are you aware you are Khoisan? So he said, no, I'm not. So I said, yes, you are Khoisan. And as we were talking, I wanted to tell him, look, there's research that 70% of the SADC is Khoisan. But anyway, let us accept it. Prof, that is why I'm having goosebumps now. Thank you, your program director, Amashe. To the Chancellor, our former president, Amashe. When we say Amashe, it means we recognize you and your ancestors as you would recognize us and our ancestors that made us to be in this world. To our Vice Chancellor, thank you so much for inviting us. And to everyone that are in attendance, Your Excellencies, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Mutebeja, for inviting us as the Kingdom. We really appreciate what is happening, and we look forward to seeing a better Africa out of the initiative. We also have our beliefs as the Kingdom that if we can build on a succession plan, if right now we were to say our children on early childhood are able to train on AI so that by end of the day, as they exit, we have specialists. We are able to save our country, because right now, our country is not able to respond to a lot of problems. We inherited problems in 1994, and we continue to inherit problems after years of democracy, which means we are not changing. We are a car that is stuck in mud. So, our Excellencies, we are very thankful for the initiative. Let us hope that you extend a hand to the kingdoms so that we all are able to find solutions to the problem of Africa, if not South Africa. I think that is where I will end for now. Amashe.
Program Director, and so I'm feeling very honored that I'm allowed to speak after the King. I'm Professor Kirsten Jordan. I'm a Professor of Mathematics in the Department of Decision Sciences, which is an interdisciplinary department in the College of Economic and and Management Sciences. And I think talking about an African investment summit, it's appropriate that I heard a lot of people speaking with an economics background. So, in response to what the King had to say, the basic message was that the country can move forward if youth can be capacitated. And I heard that message in a number of talks today. So some of the data that I looked at, that in 2022, roughly 60% of Africa's population was under 25 years of age. And in South Africa, more than a third of the population is young. That's from 2024. But more than 45% of the 15 to 34 years olds are currently unemployed. So it's not a wonder that many of you spoke about the importance of entrepreneurship and young entrepreneurs. One of the speakers said that the message from the Office of the Prime Minister of Lesotho is that the solution is the young people. And only later did she say the problem. So in mathematics, normally the problem comes before the solution, but the problem really is that Africa needs to provide for itself. And I thought that was a very good summary, a positive actually summary of this, of the problem, of which the young people are the solution. So, Your Excellencies, Professor Linkabula, and all the esteemed colleagues and guests and royals, I want to thank you for the opportunity to briefly reflect on this important and timely discussion that we had today. The presence of high-level diplomatic people is a powerful reminder that Africa's development is not the responsibility of any one sector or nation. It is a shared project that demands collaboration, trust, and a common vision. As universities, our role is clear to be engines of innovation and custodians of knowledge and partners in progress. At UNISA, we view higher education not only as a pathway to individual opportunity, but as a force for inclusive economic growth, social cohesion, and sustainable development. So I saw three themes emerging powerfully from today's conversation. I already spoke about the one on youth and talent that must be at the center, because Africa's greatest resource is its young people. And we must invest in them through education and developing their skills and through international exchange. The other theme was that partnership really matters. So innovation ecosystems thrive when all the sectors, academia, government, business, and diplomacy work together. And we welcome the deepening of such collaborations. And fundamental to me as a researcher was the theme that research must respond to real-world needs. So from climate to infrastructure, Africa's challenges are complex, but with support from our global partners, we can generate homegrown solutions with global relevance. So let this dialogue be more than ceremonial, as many speakers did say. Let it lead to enduring partnerships that honor our shared commitment to innovation and excellence and progress. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. This has been an exciting morning. I hope everybody feels the same way that I do at this point in time. This really feels like the start of something big and I think something magical that is going to bring about the change that we are looking for. My job, luckily, is very easy. I just need to do the vote of thanks. Right, so first of all, I want to thank the program director, Dr. Mzamu. I think the energy and the passion is really infectious. Right? It really made this day special. Thank you. To Professor Lenkabula, your leadership, always appreciated. It's with your vision that we are here today. If it wasn't for you, this would not have happened. And I think you constantly push us to think bigger, to think further, and sometimes it is quite difficult to do, but we appreciate it at the end of the day. So thank you very much, Professor Lenkabula. To Professor Miiwa, I'm not sure where she is. I'm busy with the interviews. Thank you very much for her leadership. I think when she joined the university, it really was a breath of fresh air. Her approach to doing things, the way that she relates to people, the way that she enables people is really appreciated. And this was under her leadership. She came up with this idea, and we rallied around her and we made it happen. So thank you very much, Professor Miiwa, for making this happen today. Professor Sigwe, I also saw you. There you are. Thank you very much for your participation today. I think as we heard today, this is a collective effort. And despite the fact that this is being done within the portfolio of research, innovation, postgraduate studies, and commercialization, it really is a joint effort. And we really do look forward to partnering in the university, but then also with all the stakeholders here today. So thank you very much for your contribution today. Professor Jordan, thank you very much for keeping it short and sweet. I think after a long morning, we appreciate it and really getting to the essence of it. Because I think it was very necessary. There was a lot said and a lot of information to try and process, and bringing it down to those essential elements that we need to focus on. Because that is what makes implementation possible, if we know what we are focusing on. So thank you very much. And then to the UNISA Council and other members of MANCOM and Extended Management, thank you very much for your support today. I think as you've heard, it is a collective effort, and we're going to need all the parts of the university working together in order to make this forum go forward. And I really think we have the opportunity, we have everything is in place. It's now just to make use of that. So we really do appreciate the support, and I think the future support that we are going to get from everybody in the university. Then to Ms. Mabasu, thank you very much. I think you've had quite a hectic day today just to keep up with all the discussions. And I don't think we always realize exactly what it takes, because you need to think in real time and translate and do everything. So it really is appreciated. Thank you very much. Right, and then to all the invited program participants and guests, as you know, that's a very long list. So I'm not going to go to each individual, but just to say we really appreciate from the diplomatic corps representing various countries in South Africa, to members of government, the business community, royal families, members of the various faith-based communities, the UNISA community, because there are quite a number of staff here today as well, representatives from various institutions of higher learning, and the executives from the G20 Africa Investment Summit. Without you, this would not have been an event like this. So we really do appreciate your attendance and your participation today. Then our partners in the summit, first of all, the Gauteng Department of Education, Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation from the Gauteng province for the sponsorship for today's catering. And also you will see that with lunch, we have a wine sponsor, Lavu, which we also really do appreciate the wine sponsorship. And then also Langa VIP shuttle service for the transport services that you provided today. Thank you very much. Fine. And then an almost final special thanks for putting today's summit together, because as you can imagine, there's a lot of work that goes into organizing an event like this, especially with so many dignitaries here today. So a special thanks to the Department of Institutional Advancement. As always, you've done a fantastic job. The Multimedia Center, University Estates, and the Department of Research and Innovation and Commercialization. Thank you very much for all the support that you've given to make this event possible. And then lastly, there's two people I do want to thank personally, and specifically because they're on my team. First of all, Dr. Levi Motabayane. He really is a star. He's a magician. I don't know how he does it. But I really do want to thank him. Without him, this would not have been possible. I think he did the job of at least 10 people just getting us to this point. So thank you very much, Dr. Motabayane. And then lastly, Mrs. Virginia McManus. She's like a shadow. She's been around the whole day, but you probably didn't see her. And she's hiding at the back. She does an amazing job with all our events, and we really do appreciate everything that you do to make it happen. Again, I think another magician. So I'm very proud to have both of these colleagues on my team because they are sterling colleagues. So with that, I would like to invite you to lunch. It is just out the doors as you go to the right-hand side, up the stairs, one floor, the restaurant. Yeah, we look forward to seeing you there and then to network.
There's a photo session before lunch, and then the VIPs they'll be shuttled back to their cars.
Okay. Right, there's a photo session before lunch. So I'm not exactly sure the details outside. I take it, right? So just a quick photo, everyone. And then for the VIPs, Dr. Levy will guide us to where the photo session is happening. And then the VIPs, after lunch, the shuttles will then take you back. Thank you very much for your attendance and participation, and enjoy the rest of your day. Bye-bye.